Azhar sir, has Dean sir joined in?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. He just talked with to me, and he will be joining. He'll be joining on time.
Okay, and Maithili ma'am, principal ma'am has joined in?
She is joining. She's joining.
Okay. So our session is also going live on YouTube. I'll be sharing the YouTube link also now in the chat box. Meanwhile, we have Professor Savita Patil ma'am. Good morning. Nice to have you with us. Thank you so much. Professor Savita Patil ma'am. Azhar sir, please let us know when sir joins in, so then we can start.
I will be calling him. I will be calling him.
And Maithili ma'am, we are waiting for principal ma'am also.
I've just given her a missed call. She will join now.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Yes. Professor Aksa, if I may request you to have some screenshots ready for us for the.
Good morning, Preeti ma'am and Maithili
Savita
ma'am.
ma'am.
Good morning, Savita madam. Good morning.
Chaya ma'am.
Nice
Principal
to
ma'am
have
has
you
joined
with
in. Professor Azhar sir, principal ma'am has joined in.
Okay, okay. I will be calling.
I have joined.
Good morning, madam. Good morning.
Good morning.
Professor Adi from Indonesia. This is a principal ma'am, Professor Dr. Chaya Panse ma'am. Our other dignitary, Professor Castro.
Hello, hi.
From Philippines, he has joined.
Hola.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yeah,
Okay.
Professor Nestor Castro, very renowned social scientist and working really in many of the humanities and social sciences, multidisciplinary areas. And
Good
sir is
morning.
here with us, joining from Philippines. Professor Adi Vidyatmika, pardon my pronunciations, has joined us from Indonesia. We are waiting for one more renowned professor, Professor Ardana. He might be joining soon from Indonesia again. And just waiting for maybe 2 more minutes. Aksa ma'am, may I request you to have some pictures from this session?
Srinath sir.
I will be doing that. Can I?
Oh, yes.
So
once we start, we may request
videos on.
I request everyone to turn on their video so that I can take a geotag photo, and then I'll take more photos as the session progresses. Can I request the others to turn on their videos as well? Right.
Sir, once you confirm the presence, we will start.
So nice to see you, Preeti.
So nice to see you, ma'am. As always.
Yeah. And even I'm seeing Srinath after a long time. Since he's joined the Vivekanand, I have not met him.
Vidyalankar, ma'am.
Yeah, sorry, Vidyalankar.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is presenting a paper today, madam, in this session.
Okay, very good, very good.
Nice to see you also, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good morning, ma'am. Preeti
Anita
ma'am.
ma'am, good morning. Yes.
Yes, very good morning.
Professor Anita Patel ma'am, Secretary, Grand Academic Portal, and Professor in Home Science, Khambat College. Very renowned home scientist, rather I say. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning, Anita
Very good
madam.
morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Dr. Jappi is joining. Preeti madam?
Yes, he'll be joining in some time. Some meeting is going on, but we will start. We are waiting for the Dean sir from University of Kashmir.
Ma'am, he's joining. I just called him. He said
Yes,
that he will be joining
we are
within a
waiting,
minute.
sir. No problem.
Azaz sir, very good morning.
Very good morning. Very good morning, ma'am. How is everything at your end?
I'm on the way to college. I will be joining within 5 minutes. Yeah, see
Yes,
you
yes.
soon. Yeah.
Okay.
We have a very good response. We got around 48 papers.
Wow.
50 papers, ma'am. Now 50 papers.
Very nice, very nice.
Good morning, everybody there.
Good
Good
morning,
morning.
sir.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Our
sir.
friends, our
Good
friends
morning,
from
sir. Dean sir, namaste. Good morning.
very
A
good
warm
morning to all of
welcome.
very good morning to all of you. It's wonderful to see friends from different parts of the world, Indonesia, India, and Philippines. Really wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And Radha, we are so happy to say that we have covered all 4 corners of India. We have got
Oh.
papers from Jammu, from Calicut, from Calcutta, and from Gujarat.
That's great. That's great.
So this is
Yeah,
something
from
which is
all over India.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
all
Wonderful.
over India and abroad. Yes.
Wonderful.
So-
Wonderful.
Azaz sir and Maithili ma'am, can we start?
Madam,
why not?
principal ma'am,
Principal
we'll
ma'am?
start.
Yeah.
Okay.
So first of all, a warm welcome and very good morning to all the dignitaries present here. On behalf of Grand Academic Portal and on behalf of the organizers, that is Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir, Maharishi Dayanand College, University of Mumbai. We all welcome you today to this 2 days international conference on translation skills. In fact, this is something which we have envisioned almost 1 year back. And then today we are fortunate to have a lot of people joining with us. Very quickly, just sharing some things about the conference and about the topic also, not taking very long time because we have invited dignitaries also with us. So the conference is against the translation, especially with reference to India, with reference to changing global demographics. This word is again coming into a center stage of almost any possible academic and non-academic area. Now, our little effort through this conference is to provide a newer, way to look at the things in India with reference to NEP, in the world with reference to the very important change in the demographics, G20 changing, Southeast Asia changing, South Asia changing, and a lot of other changes are coming in. That means today, multilinguality is a way to go global. And then when we are talking about multilinguality, what better way to study but through translation? So this was the idea behind this conference. Without, further, maybe because we have already, introduced the topic in our call for papers and all, I would like to first of all welcome our guest of honor today, the Dean Academic Affairs in the University of Kashmir, Professor Dr. Farooq Ahmed Masoodi, sir. Sir, we welcome you. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very
Very-
much. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you all.
Quickly, I'll just share because sir's biodata goes into so many pages, and I had to request Professor Azaz sir to give me real, very important. So, sir, pardon our little cutting down on your very, very illustrious profile, but with your permission, I'm just going through your little, nutshell about your biodata. Professor Dr. Farooq Ahmed Masoodi, sir, is the Dean Academic Affairs in the University of Kashmir. Prior to this, he has also served as the Director, Institute of Home Science, Head Department of Food Science and Technology, and also Dean of Applied Sciences and Technology in the University of Kashmir. Before joining the University of Kashmir, he has also served in the CCS, HAU, Hisar, and Sher-e-Kashmir University of Agriculture, Science and Technology. Professor Dr. Masoodi is a world-renowned scholar and a researcher at heart. And that is very, very, visible from his very illustrious research profile, having more than 4,000 citations and H index of 35. So this is commendable. And then we really take pride in, having you as our keynote speaker today. Sir has a lot of other achievements, but sir, with due respect to the limited time what we have today, we welcome you and we invite you to just share your words of wisdom with us. And then we will go ahead with other dignitaries and we will continue with the conference inauguration. Yes, Farooq sir, something from you.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to be with you and get enlightened. My good morning and respect to Dr. Phil from Indonesia, Dr. Nestor Castro from Philippines, Dr. Chaya Panse from our principal from our college, MD College, Mumbai. Then Dr. Guru Datta and many others. It's really a long list of so many experts and luminaries whom we are having here in this session today. In fact, to be in the inaugural session of such a seminar, while great academicians all over the world are participating, it's really, I really feel some sort of discomfort. Secondly, the subject of linguistics, it's only through friends like you and Dr. Ejaz and many others we have been learning tidbits or ABCs of this subject. The subject is altogether different, but a few things I would like to submit over here that as you mentioned regarding this multilingual languages learning, what others do, what's their viewpoint to reach others. I think language is the most effective tool to reach others, to know their viewpoint. So keeping that thing into consideration, this session is going to be of great academic significance. And our education, Indian education is going on because of the rollout of new educational policy. How much emphasis has been laid on these languages, particularly the mother tongue, or learning the languages so that we can know the knowledge which gets created in different parts of the world. So that keeping that thing into consideration, this session is going to be of great significance. And I'm sure the deliberations will be summed up in the form of some report, which will be of great significance to all the participating institutions. With these brief words, I wish this session, this conference to be of academic significance so that all the participating institutions and the individuals, researchers who are participating in it, there will be a lot for all of us to learn, and it will contribute for the overall academic growth of our institutions. With these brief words, I sincerely thank all of you for giving me an opportunity to be here with you this morning. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much. And this is a pleasure and privilege to have you with us. And then with your words of wisdom and your blessings, we are looking forward to a lot of good things happening in our 2 days conference. Thank you so much.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you.
Further going ahead with our inaugural session, first of all, I would like to acknowledge the presence of all these dignitaries, and then we will continue with our next speech. I acknowledge the very esteemed, very gracious presence of Professor Farooq Ahmed Masoodi, sir, Dean Academic Affairs, University of Kashmir, Professor Dr. Phil I.K. Ardana, sir, from Udayana University, Indonesia, Bali, Professor Nestor Castro, University of Philippines, Diliman, Manila, Dr. Professor Chaya Panse, ma'am, Principal MD College, Dr. Gurudatta Jappi, sir, Founder Chairman, Grand Academic Portal, Professor Made Adi Vidyatmika, University of Hindu, Indonesia, Professor Dr. Ezaz Mohammad Sheikh, sir, Head Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir, and one of our conference convener, Professor Maithili Mukundarajan, ma'am, Head Department of English, MD College. So these are the, this is a very strong list of dignitaries from across the world. And with this kind of dignitaries, we are going ahead with the kind words given by the Dean, sir. I invite Professor Dr. Nestor Castro to say a few words about the conference Sir, if you are comfortable sharing your views now.
Okay. Good morning to everyone and pleasant good afternoon coming from Manila. Thank you very much, Preeti. It's nice to see you again. And it's also nice to see the other dignitaries in this conference. I am a linguistic anthropologist. And as an anthropologist, we consider language as the soul of a culture. So if there is mistranslation, we lose the soul of the culture. The challenge, of course, is not just one-to-one translation, for example, from Hindi into English or Hindi into Tagalog, but what is important is cultural translation, how the basic, the core concepts that is being sent by the message is being imparted, especially in the realm of literature, because we know we use a lot of metaphor, jargon in literature, and there is also rhyme. And how do we translate this into another language without losing the essence? So I'm looking forward to the papers that will be presented in this conference. And it is relevant not only for India, but we participants and guests coming from other countries would also like to look at your words of wisdom coming from India. Thank you very much and good morning.
So kind of you, Professor Mr. Castro, just to, kindly relate your talk to the entire conference. And in future, we would like to have a full-fledged workshop coming from your side, from Philippines to India, or maybe India to Philippines. And a lot of things are happening in the field of translation between these two countries also. Thank you so much for your kind words and all the good wishes. May I now invite our own Principal Dr. Chaya Panse, ma'am, a very, very energetic, dynamic lady we have seen. And then this is something I'm really proud to say, that this is a 40 years of service and ma'am is still going strong and always a kind of an inspiration. Ma'am, some blessings, some kind words from you, please, for the conference.
Thank you so much, Preeti. And you are always up to giving compliments. Thank you so much. Respected Dr. Farooq Ahmed from University of Kashmir, the keynote speaker for today, the dignitaries from Indonesia, Philippines, and of course, the grand academic portal, which is led by Gurudatta Jappi. So happy to be a part of this translational skill conference. And today, as rightly said by Preeti Madam, the most important demand in the national education policy is you try to teach in the regional language. And our college, being a college where we have most of the students from vernacular language, especially Marathi and Hindi, we've always found that if you go to that level and explain to them in the regional language, they understand the concept very clearly. And therefore, Emory College has built something called as Bhasha Setu. So this Bhasha Setu is some which connects the regional language and our language which we teach, that is the English language. So whatever cuttings, whatever related to the subject we get in the regional language, we put it, display it to them either on the notice board or we put it in the Google Classroom. And if you basically look at it, translation skills are a combination of both hard skills and soft skills. And all these students, they have to translate a lot of matter, and this will be also in future useful to them, where if they take up law or even to understand the science communication and business communication will be a very, very important part. Looking forward for different papers, that is, I think 50 odd papers are going to be presented today from all over the world, right, and all over India also. I'm very happy. Wish you all the best and hope this particular session goes a great hit. Thank you once again, Preeti Madam and Jappi sir, and eager to listen to the papers.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, thank you, special thank you for getting your time out of a very hassled NAC schedule. MD college is going for NAC pure team in just next week, and then ma'am, wishing you
Thank
all
you.
the very best from all the participants.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. And I think Professor Gurudatta Jappi is stuck somewhere he will be joining soon. We are going ahead, but before that, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Professor Kishan Pawar, sir, conference convener and our valedictory chief guest. Very renowned professor in the Department of English across Mumbai, having a very good name in the translation. And he is giving us, he's going to give us a very first-hand kind of experience of translating from Hindi to English, English to Hindi, Hindi to Marathi, Marathi to English. Sir, welcome, and then looking forward to your session as well. Pawar, sir. Yes, going ahead with next, we have Professor Madhe Adi Vidyatmika. I just introduced our guest today. He is joining us from Indonesia, and I just would like to say something about sir. Just a minute. Okay, Professor Madhe Adi Vidyatmika is from Denpasar, Bali, Indonesia, having bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, but now working with IIT Delhi on waste management projects and having a lot of research work in the areas of interdisciplinary, interconnected, areas, shuffling between Indonesia and India. And we are lucky to have you, sir, today joining with us, having such a versatile personality with us. Invite you to say a few words about the conference, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Preeti. Namaste. Good morning to everyone, distinguished guests and fellow scholar. So I'm very grateful and honored to be in this virtual room today at this inaugural session of this conference with a crucial topic of intersection of global research, technology, and indispensable of role of translation. And I'm very agree with previous speaker, Professor Castro, Professor Farooq, and other principle that translation is pivotal in making literary and educational content globally accessible. So translation is already become the lifeblood of international collaboration and the dissemination of groundbreaking research. So as Dr. Preeti said that I have done but not so much research already, but translation is really help us to assess another results from other global world. As we embrace the transformative power of technology, the field of research benefit immensely. Machine learning technology combine natural language and processing with the AI and assist research shifting through vast amount of foreign language data. But as Professor Castro mentioned, we cannot forget that the human touch remain indispensable. And technology can aid the translation, but the discerning eyes of the human translator, empathetic heart, and deep expertise of the subject matter ensure the high quality and accuracy of the research translation. So this conference theme, Transcending Boundaries, Translation, Literature, and Education, is not just a theme, but a clarion call to action for all of us. It reminds us of the power of language to unite, inspire, educate, and innovate. So for me, it is time for us to work together to ensure the wonders of literature, the transformative power of education, and the progress of research can be experienced by all, transcending the boundaries that may stand in our way. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Professor Adi Vidyatmika. He has rightly said, and he has used one very important keyword, that is machine learning. He being a technical person, we are getting that one keyword. I think we coming from the literary and humanities areas, sometimes we miss out the importance of machine. So, sir, thank you for providing us that very, very important link here in your talk, that we today cannot overlook the importance of machine translation and machine learning also, because the first reaction from anyone goes to directly Google Translate. And then that is nothing but, machine learning, machine translation. So all said and done about the theories and, literary aspects and many other, applied part of it, we just cannot thank enough this Google and other machines to give us a ready reckoner with a lot of translations. Now, during these 2 days of conference, we may try to little streamline to, combine or maybe have a balance between human translation and machine translation. Looking forward to a lot of, good work from you, sir. Thank you so much for your kind words.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Preeti.
Going ahead with our other speakers for the inaugural session. May I invite Professor Azaz Mohammad Sheikh, sir, the head of the Department of Linguistics. Now, sir is also one of the conveners of this conference, and there are some areas which are not very much known about sir. This is something which I need to share here on this platform, that he himself has done a lot of work in translation, a very, very good volume of book edited chapters on translation. Last year is published under a very able, editorship of Professor Azaz Mohammad Sheikh, sir. He was also working as the head of the Department of Urdu. Now, this is something which is providing us a very good link, that how he is, balancing it between very, very, fine language like Urdu and a very structured aspect of language like linguistics. Sir, may I invite you to share your words about the conference?
Thank you, Professor Preeti, Professor Masoodi, Dean Academic Affairs, Professor Phil, Professor Castro, Professor Chaya, Professor Gurudatta, Professor Made, Professor Maithili, and my friend Professor Preeti. It is a privilege to be here in this inaugural session. And as a co-convener, I would like to welcome all the distinguished speakers in the inaugural session, as well as the paper presenters who have joined, and the research scholars and the students who are have joined us in this session. So I can treat what Preeti ma'am told, that I can treat this conference again as a sequel to one of the conferences which we held in October 2020. And on translation itself, the title of that was Translation in 21st Century Issues and Perspectives. And as we know, and as has been rightly told by the speakers, distinguished speakers who spoke before me, that language is a powerful tool of communication, and it provides the basis for education as well as literature, which we have linked today in this title. And then translation itself, it plays a crucial role as far as the bridge and the link between different civilizations, right from the past till today. And now, when this is a global village, we call the world as a global village. And this time also, the role of translation cannot be sidelined. And as rightly pointed out by one of the distinguished speakers, that when you talk about technology, so we can't do away with translation at present also. And in that sense, and then you see new themes have been emerging as far as the translation studies is concerned, and the new themes from linguistics and anthropology, political science, literature, they are coming up and shaping up the discipline of translation studies. And nowadays, we have got sort of the focus areas like identity, politics and language, ideology. All of them, they are being taken care of in the present world through translation studies itself. So in that sense, I can say that this theme, what we have given today of this conference, transcending the boundaries, translation, literature, and education. And I feel privileged to be a co-organizer or co-convener of this conference with the prestigious GAP and I feel privileged to have been associated with GAP and then the college from Mumbai. And I believe that although the time was really short, we circulated the brochure, I believe, only 25 days before. But I am sort of overwhelmed with the response we received. And we have got 50 papers, that too on different themes and across the country, right from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, you can say north to south. We have linked rather. So we have transcended the boundaries in our own country also. So right from north to south and then east to west. And I hope I was going through the themes, and I hope many diverse and very important themes have been covered by the presenters who have sent our the abstracts. And I'm hopeful that what Preeti ma'am was saying, that we have done in the past also, we may again get some very good quality papers, and we may think about bringing out the proceedings of the seminar, so that my previous distinguished speakers were saying, that something concrete comes in hand, and it becomes an addition to this. And then again, there is another dimension as far as this present conference is concerned, that the National Education Policy 2020, which is in vogue in country now, it has given not only a boost to the local languages, our mother tongues, but also to translation. And it will be playing a huge role in the educational scenario of the country now. And the central government is planning also to sort of establish a center for translation and interpretation. And there are, again, what NEP is sort of has outlined, that they will be establishing these centers throughout the country. And that's a welcome sign as far as even the translation studies is concerned. And what Preeti ma'am was also saying, that I feel privileged as head of the Department of Linguistics at the University of Kashmir, that we have been doing our bit as far as the translation studies is concerned. We have got a full-fledged paper of translation, and we have been teaching this paper to our students from 2003. And hopefully we are going to launch a diploma in translation in our department very soon. We have approached the university authorities. Professor Masoodi is there, and I hope that they will be accepting our proposal. And at individual level also, we have been not only teaching the theory, but our department has been actively engaged with translations, practical translations in different languages, including Urdu, Kashmiri, English, Hindi. And with these words, I wish, because I am a convener, so I definitely would like that this conference becomes successful. And I hope and wish that this conference will be a success and a feather in our cap, in the cap of the college from Mumbai, and in the cap of GAP. Thank you, ma'am.
So kind to connect everything in one session. So maybe just 5 minutes, and you have connected NEP, you have connected curriculum, you have connected linguistics and Urdu. That is what is the best part of this, being the convener of such a prestigious conference. Thank you so much, sir, for your really good thought-provoking words. That means we have a long way to go now with reference to translation, as we have seen, and we have also proposed in our conference brochure that national education policy has put all of us into a very different realm, where translation is not just a way to, it's not just a kind of an academic study, limited to academic studies. It has opened up a lot of multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary areas also.
Sure.
In fact, translation studies is also connecting all of us to the global studies. And maybe, as Prime Minister has also very rightly said in G20 forum, that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the entire world, we look at them as a family. And now maybe this is high time for all of us to reach out to that global, kind of connect through proper studied academic area of translation. Thank you so very much, sir. May I now invite Professor Maithili Mukundarajan, ma'am. Ma'am, are you there?
Yeah, yes.
Ma'am, head of the Department of English, MD College, very, very senior, very experienced English language professor. Thank you so much for having here, ma'am, with us. And looking forward to some kind words from you. I know you are so much tied up with conference preparations, convener of conference, and your own, NAC preparation, but still would like to hear something from you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Preeti Madam. I really feel that I have nothing more to say when all the dignitaries have said enough on translation, and especially Professor Sheikh, Mohammed Sheikh from University of Kashmir. I'm so happy to be a part of this seminar, and we are very happy that we have received more than 45 papers, so 50 papers right now, Preeti Madam told me, for this international conference on transcending boundaries, translation, literature, and education. We feel very proud to inform you that we also have been teaching a paper on translation theory and practice for a very long time, and it is prescribed by Mumbai University at the third year level of BA program. And every year we produce around 20 translators who realize their potential only after doing this course. And I'm very proud to say that they are even working in hospitals part-time. It's a kind of a career for them. Nowadays, just one career is not enough. And they are working in many places as translators. I'm very happy to acknowledge that here. And the objective of this conference is to comprehend that translation is a multi-dimensional activity and its relevance today as we are in the process of implementing National Education Policy 2020. The act of translation refers to actually a semiotic endeavor and not just an attempt to preserve or transmit mere forms or structures of one language into the other. As Eugene Nida says, besides competence and skills in verbal communication, the translator must have sincere admiration for the formal features of the work to be translated. So that is why we are here to admire the text, to understand the text, and then get into translation. This results in insights necessary to produce and reproduce adequate equivalents. Though translation is basically a linguistic activity, linguistic knowledge alone is never adequate for a translator. A translator who goes through intercultural experiences is more flexible, more aware of the nuances of language, and can do better justice. So we are sure that the various research papers and the deliberations of this conference will help in opening up new research opportunities for the research scholars, translators, and professors. So with these few words, we all together open this session for the international conference. Thank you very much, Preeti Madam. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And so many things coming from so many, renowned, experienced professors and dignitaries. Unfortunately, we are not having much time to, deliberate on all these areas and all these ideas. But this is time for us to just say that thank you so much for all the, all the dignitaries for being with us, accepting our invitation. May I just request Professor Srinath sir to just take a picture and request all the present here to just give us a nice, shot for our document.
All right. So
thank you so much. And Srinath sir, once you sit, then we will. Yes, Srinath sir.
hello. Yes.
Srinath sir, yes.
Yep. I'll take
Thank
over
you
now.
so much.
Hmm.
And with this very, very short but very, very interesting and very enlightening inaugural session, we now announce the conference open for the technical sessions, and we look forward to having all these dignitaries with us in future events organized by all these three institutions together. Thank you so very much. And this is the technical session 1 will start in some time. And then meanwhile, we are just making some arrangements. We also would like to have 2 or 3 important announcements here. All these sessions are going live on the YouTube channel. We'll be posting here on the chat box. Chairpersons, please make sure that the presenters are there, and then please manage the entire chairing and co-chairing sessions. Presenters, please be aware about the timings. We know that we have a lot to say, but the organizers are also working under very streamlined kind of a timeline. So requesting all of you, do not feel offended when the chairperson or the moderator is asking you to little cut down on your presentations. And we are looking forward to a very, very enriching, enlightening conference for next 2 days. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, ma'am, Preeti ma'am, should we start the technical session first?
Yes, ma'am. We can
Yes,
start.
ma'am. Yes.
Okay,
I think
so-
Srinath Shankar
Yes.
is there with
Okay.
you.
So,
Thank you
Dr.
everyone for the.
Dr.
Thank-
Sajid sir is there. Sajid sir from University of Kashmir, co-chair. Dr. Sajid sir.
Dr. Sajad, are you there? You are there. Dr. Sajad, you had joined. I don't know. Maybe he got disconnected. I will call him.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. You just.
Okay, sir. So,
I'm here.
should we start the session?
You have to start.
Very good morning and warm welcome to all the respected dignitaries in the International Conference on Transcending Boundaries, Translation, Literature and Education. For the first technical session, we have total 12 participants, and each of them they will be getting 8 minutes of time for the presentation and 2 minutes for the question answer session. My best wishes to all the participants, all the presenters in the session. And our today's first presenter is Dr. Dhaval Kataria. Dhaval Kataria, sir.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Should I begin? Okay, thank you. So, hi, good morning. I would be presenting my paper now. I hope the screen is visible.
Yeah, Dhaval, it is visible. You go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Azaz. Okay, so my topic is building bridges across cultural borders by translating Dalit literature. And I'd like to introduce, first of all, that Dalit literature represents the narratives of the historically oppressed and the discriminated caste. And why I believe that has to be translated, because with translating the Dalit literature, it enables the global readership and it serves as an act of solidarity with the marginalized. Dalits are a marginalized community, and if we talk about them, or if it is talked about them and more people know about that, then more people will be aware about what has been going on and how they have been treated or actually mistreated, and that is why translating Dalit literature has to be done. Our paper, I have with me my colleague Sophia and Job, and we have written this paper together. We want to do that we want to examine the difficulties and challenges also of translating Dalit literature, because we want to show that translation, earlier also I had represented a paper on which we had mentioned that translating is a difficult job. So what are the special challenges and difficulties of translating Dalit literature are highlighted in the paper. We also highlight how crucial it is for Dalit authors and translators to work on this, and how to maintain the originality also is to be mentioned in this paper. Who are Dalits? Dalits are historically known to be a group of marginalized and oppressed individuals who are also called to be a part of the scheduled caste. In the language of Sanskrit, the word Dalit means oppressed or the downtrodden, and the word is used by the community to assert their identity, demanding social justice and equality. Dalits are often socially excluded from various aspects of life, including education, employment, access to public facilities, and participation in social and cultural activities. Here, it is important to note that the efforts made to address caste-based discrimination and improve the socio-economic status have always been there, and the challenges always persist, which have to be addressed and which has to be mentioned to the people. Dalit literature, when we talk about that, there are quite many books written on Dalit literature. My favorite ones are Kanthapura and Angadiyat, the stepchild. It is important to note that efforts are made to address caste-based discrimination and improve the socio-economic status of Dalits in India. The challenges, of course, they persist, and the full social equality that remains it is an ongoing struggle. The Dalit literature aims to voice the community's experiences, struggles, and aspirations. The central theme in Dalit literature is the idea of resistance against oppression and the quest for liberation. It is a catalyst for social and political change, and it has a unique literary style and it has unique expressions because the theme is different, the experiences are different, and the challenges are also again different. What we need to remember while translating Dalit literature is that it could be a complex and nuanced task as it involves a convey literal meaning of the words along with the style, tone, and cultural context of the original work. We also need to be culturally sensitive, and it is important to consider the target audience and their expectations, because when it comes to translation, there might not be many people who are aware about the community or about their working style or about their oppression, and they need to be introduced first to what is going on or what is the next step that can come in the literature. Translators can also include a note or preface to provide context or explain certain cultural aspects that might not be readily understood by readers in the target language. Dalit literature and translation, why that is required is that the voiceless Dalit literature, it is called the voiceless because the marginalized people generally are not given a voice, and literature proves to be a medium that can give them voice. So it is the voiceless Dalit literature, and it refers to the literary works and various aspects that the Dalit community have been traditionally marginalized and silenced within the broader discourse. So Dalit literature emerged as a response to the centuries of social, economic, and political oppression faced by Dalits in India. And there are a lot of works that has been done, but most of them are originally written in regional languages like Marathi, Tamil, Telugu, or Hindi. Translation allows these works to be accessible to readers who may not be familiar with the original language, both within India and internationally. It is important to note that translation of Dalit literature into other languages, which includes, of course, English, has played a crucial role in raising awareness about Dalit issues on a global scale. And finally, translation is a vital bridge that brings Dalit literature to a wider audience, promoting social awareness, cultural exchange, and recognition of Dalit voices. Translating Dalit literature from the promotion of Dalit identity can be a powerful means of spreading awareness about the experiences, struggle, and aspirations of the Dalit community. The other details are, of course, mentioned in the paper. And as far as the presentation goes, this is what I and my colleague had to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
May I call upon Dr. Shamrao Jalender, sir, for the next as a next presenter?
Audible?
Dr. Shamrao Jalender, are you there, sir? Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Audible.
Okay.
Very much
Okay,
audible.
okay. Yeah. It is my proud privilege to be a part of this academic August gathering. I am going to present my research article entitled Culture as a Means of Suppression and Ngugi's Reformity. The objectives of the paper are to explore a concept of culture, domination of culture and suppression of the culture. Cultural exchange is sharing different ideas, traditions, and knowledge with someone who may be coming from a completely different background than your own. In the novel River Between Yangugi, explore the domination of the European culture and the beliefs of Christianity, exploitation of natives by non-natives, and the resistance of the natives. Young Gugis, the river between, focus on the superior European culture introduced in Africa to undercut traditional cultural values and colonial domination. The protagonist of this novel, Wayeki, is caught between two worlds, the tribal world and the world of Christianity. The Kamenu and Makuyu are the two regions around the cell itself itself explains in Boogie tries to portray the historical pattern of the tribe from the beginning. And Boogie also focuses on the continuity when the two animals are cultures. The winners of two races, we and Kamin, are already undisturbed and calm like by the harmony of forces. Mr. Biggest role is the first.
Any problem? Hello, sir. Hello.
Ma'am, I think there is some problem. Let's go to next speaker.
Yes, sir. Can we call upon the next presenter?
We should
Next
call
present-
next speaker. Yeah. We should call next
Yeah.
speaker, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah. Pooja Singhal, ma'am. The next presenter is Pooja Singhal, ma'am.
She's there.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me properly, everyone?
Yeah. Ma'am, you are audible. You can begin your
Okay.
presentation.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. Just give me some time to share my screen with all of you. Is it visible now?
Yeah, ma'am. It is very much visible. You can start now.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
it is
just-
visible.
Yes. I'll just do the slideshow. Yes. So, good morning, everyone. The title of my presentation is Practicing Critical Literacy, Negotiating Translated Text in English Language Classroom. Originally, I gave the title as Negotiating Translated Text in English Language Classroom, but when I prepared the presentation, I thought it is very difficult to speak about it without connecting it with the idea of literacy. I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Elementary Education at Lady Shri Ram College for Women. So my presentation is all based on my engagement with different texts and the discourse of education in a teacher education program. To begin with, Professor Krishna Kumar, in his examination of curriculum and textbook from colonial times, observes that literature acted as the useful treatment of acculturation. We already know the connection between language and culture, and how culture has always been used as an instrument of suppression in the past. During those times, he says, the textbook written used for the teaching of English used literary pieces whose idioms and images were mostly steeped either in the domestic world of the Victorian bourgeois or in its counterpart, the natural world of the Wordsworth. Neither of the two worlds were accessible to the Indian students. Now, we need to see if this colonial ideology is still reflected in the textbooks or not. There are other definitive researches which show conclusively how the colonial interlude marked a definite break in multilingual interpretative traditions in the northeastern India and displacement of multilingual textbooks with monolingual ones in the Deccan region. So we know that prior to colonial intervention, we had a multicultural and a multilingual system of educating our children, which was the indigenous way of educating our children. And with the monolingual policy and the presence of English in the curriculum and in the education system kind of marginalized these multilingual and multicultural tendencies. Looking at the present context, textbooks have always occupied and they continue to occupy a center stage in Indian classrooms. Now, in Indian classrooms, teachers are bound by the textbook since they are prescribed and not just recommended. So our state and national authorities say that this is the textbook that you are going to be using because this is the only resource available to them, and they can hardly have any access to any alternative material, or they are not equipped enough to design anything on their own. So content selected and represented in the textbooks are considered to be the legitimate knowledge that the nation would want its citizens to acquire. Critical theorists have pointed out how the official curriculum through textbooks favor the culture and ideology of the dominant cultural group. We have seen this in the argument made by Professor Krishna Kumar in the colonial context. However, critical theorists have pointed out how the same tendencies continue to be exhibited even in the present times. So English language textbooks in this context require careful evaluation to see how far the content match the aims and objectives outlined by the national policies and documents. If we look at the pedagogical orientation of literacy also, we see that the entire pedagogy of language, it revolves around completing the chapters. They say chapters, not the text, or they just do the back exercises. Teachers' responsibility is there to explain the text for the student line by line. As teachers and students of literature, we know that literature need not to be taught like that, where you have to explain everything line by line. It is the readers who have to create the meaning on their own. However, no such attempt is made where learners can construct their understanding about the genre, themes, etc., or no aesthetic engagement is even developed. They focus on skills rather than any deeper engagement, and the pedagogy of literacy does not cater to the heterogeneity present in the classrooms. It has also been seen that texts may have issues of representations related to caste, class, religion, ethnicity, gender, and so on. And sometimes these texts may not be relevant to the social and cultural milieu of the learners and may continue to overrepresent the colonial culture and may contribute to the feeling of alienation among learners from diverse backgrounds. Now, if we look at the aims of education in India as defined by national policies, these are creating vital links between children's life at school to their experiences at home and in the wider community, to acknowledge and respect the cultural diversity around oneself, and to promote the idea of equality and social justice. Looking at English language teaching specifically in India, the objectives are to look at teaching of English as the creation of multilinguals who can enrich all the languages, and use of multilingual classroom as a resource is highly recommended. NEP 2020 also outlines one of the objectives of teaching English to understand its evolution in the Indian context from a colonial language to an international language, and further, it seeks to counter the hegemonic status that English has acquired. So against this background, the research questions that my presentation tries to answer are: how does these official English language textbooks cater to the vision outlined in the policy documents? What is the role of translated texts in promoting the objectives of English language teaching from the lens of multilingualism and multiculturalism? And how can teachers negotiate these texts in the classrooms following a critical literacy approach? The role of translated text in ELT books. It is imperative to examine the content of these books from the relevance, from the perspective of multilingual and multicultural country like India, where this is the only resource. We have said it earlier. Now, present textbooks, if you look at them carefully, they continue to feature a lot of text written by Western authors. Text translated from regional languages or folk tales from different cultures can easily be utilized for exploration of various themes, along with providing a relevant and a familiar context for language learning in Indian context. So I am going to look at two such texts, and I am also going to suggest how could the transaction be done in such a manner that we learn maximum things from there. So I look at a textbook, which is Marigold Class 5 textbook designed by NCERT. It is divided into 10 study. This is an English language textbook. So divided into 10 study units, each comprising 2 main texts. If you look at the content of the text carefully, we will see that out of 20 main texts, at least 14 texts are written by foreign authors who come from the target culture. And there are abridged versions and excerpts from. So these are abridged and excerpts, abridged versions or excerpts from classics such as Robinson Crusoe, Rip Van Winkle, Gulliver's Travel Around the World in 80 Days. These excerpts or these abridged versions do not do justice in providing a culturally relevant context of learning English to the learners, because these excerpts are taken from very large texts. So just, it is very difficult for the teachers to make the connections, to familiarize the learners with the whole context. So translated texts from Indian cultural context are also included. However, there are only 6 in numbers. So these are Flying Away from Panchatantra, 2 folk tales from India, 1 from Kerala, which is Aviyal, the wonderful waste. Another from Manipur, 1 folk tale from Arabian Nights, and Bade Bhai Sahab by Premchand, which is adapted and abridged, and excerpts from Kamla Bhasin's story, Mallu Bhalu, translated in English. Now, 2 texts that we are going to look at closely are Who Will Be the Ningdao and The Elder Brother by Premchand. Who Will Be the Ningdao is a Manipuri folk tale about how the king and queen of Manipuri tribe, they held a competition to decide the future king, and accordingly they choose their youngest daughter to be the future king, as she, unlike her 3 brothers, showed genuine concerns for everyone in her surrounding. This is a text translated by Indira Mukherjee, who is also a storyteller by profession. The strength of the translated text lies in the way the translator has maintained the essence of original story by including several Manipuri words and phrases such as Ningdao, which means king, Lima, which means queen, Niyam, people. So there are many such words and phrases which are written in Manipuri, but the narrative is such that you will get the essence of these words even if you are reading the story properly. The text narrates the story effortlessly, incorporating elements of storytelling such as interjections, voices of people in between, use of local words, and visual imagery. Because the text is written by a storyteller, so she retains because it is translated by a storyteller, so she retains that narrative and originality of the original text. The text challenges the stereotypical representation of tribal people as following age-old practices without contemporary relevance, and it also introduces the king and the queen, who are as people who are ready to change the patriarchal practice of choosing the eldest son as the legitimate and natural heir. Now, it also presents a model of kingdom based on the culture of care and concern for flora and fauna along with people. So the text breaks multiple stereotypes. It represents ethnic people in a positive light as people who have conserved the biodiversity in and around localities of their natural habitat since the beginning of civilization. Also, since a 5-year-old girl is chosen to be the future king of the kingdom or future princess of the kingdom, it breaks the popular notion of a ruler being a male only. We need to see who is reading this text. So children from diverse social economic background, girls who are reading it, for them, it's a very positive kind of a text. So the further invites discussion around matriarchal structure of many tribal communities in northeastern states, a lesser known and celebrated custom in northern parts of the country. In the classroom, the text can become a potent site for empowering students, particularly from very diverse linguistic and cultural background. And it can also have a very positive impact on their identity and self-esteem. The text also offers an excellent opportunity to teachers and learners to explore cultures and customs of northeastern states, and also then have a discussion on their own local cultures to counter the notion of cultural capital of dominant or elitist group. There is also a possibility of analyzing the story from multiple perspectives in terms of representation of gender roles and qualities attributed to different genders. So there could be a class project where learners from different cultures can collect songs, jokes, stories, folktales in their local languages, and also can create a magazines. And elders can also be invited from local communities to share folktales from their own culture. If we look at this and if we look at the pedagogical proposals, we would see the potential of a translated text in such a scenario. The next text that I want to speak about is the Elder Brother. This is an abridged version of, translated version of Munshi Premchand's famous story Bade Bhai Sahab, which is recreated as a dialogue between two brothers. We are very well aware of this story because here the two brothers are sent to live in a hostel to attend school in a town. The elder brother keeps failing in exam, whereas the younger brother is promoted to next class, although because he's sharp and all, but his mind is not there in the schooling. So by adapting the text to dialogue format, the translator has made the text more accessible to young readers. So we see that for a textbook, and for keeping the audience in mind, the translator has done a very good job of adapting the text to the dialogue format, because conversations between two brothers can be easily and creatively enacted, thus breaking the monotony of reading the text line by line. However, and also there is a balance reached. The elder brother is sounding didactic and moralistic all the time, whereas the younger brother is also shown to be naughty and there's a lot of activity attached to him. However, the abridged version concludes the text on a somewhat condescending note, where the elder brother presses his seniority on the younger one through his experience. The original text does not really conclude in such a manner. Although there also there's a discussion, and there also there's a moment of the two brothers, they understand, there's a moment of understanding between the two brothers, but yet it ends on a very liberating note where there are several emotions in the hearts of both the brothers, and there is a kite that the brothers, they run after a flying kite. So the translated text, however, simplifies it, or we would say oversimplifies it, and does not really capture that complexity in a nuanced way. So one can notice both the strengths and limitations of a translated text. Now this text also offers an excellent opportunity to have an open discussion around the characters of Bhaiya and Munna, their routines, activities, studying styles, etc. And they can also compare, the learners can compare their own routines, their own interests and dislikes in the class. The text is also located, if the text is located in its historical context, it offers a very sharp commentary on the colonial system of education with textbook culture and rote memorization method. So the text also has a potential to not just engage the learners aesthetically, it also has the potential to have critical discussions in the classroom. Teachers can draw the learner's attention towards the timetable and the time devoted to English grammar, composition, translation, because English is one subject where Bade Bhaiya, he struggles the most. So it continues to be a source of agony for a large population of students in low resource classroom even today. The text could be used as a vehicle for critical reflection, linking the historical context with the contemporary realities. However, the text itself does not purpose to do so. It relies on the teacher's engagement with the original text and abridged version to draw out the best from the two. So this text can be beautifully used by the teachers to connect very well with government school students and also with first generation school goers. Because the idea of education which is portrayed in the story, which is here recreated as dialogue. So education which is fearful, it is punishment oriented, it requires rigorous training, and there is no space for play in this education system. Learners can empathize with Bade Bhai Sahab. They can also reflect on their own situation, and somewhere when this reflection happens, it is also a sense of empowerment. So teacher can invite their personal response to link and reflect on present education system. There is also possibility of sharing original Hindi story with the students who can read it and who can also compare and draw parallels between the two narratives. The other stories of Premchand, because he's so accessible and he's so culturally rich.
Ma'am, sorry for interruption.
I'm
but
sorry,
can I come
ma'am,
the
sorry to
conclusion?
interrupt. Time is up.
Yes,
Please wind up. Yeah, please wind up.
I'll just wind up. Yes. So this is what we can say. So in concluding remarks, we will say that the current NCERT textbooks, although outlines its visions according to the policy documents, but it also fails to provide a balanced assemblage of text from different cultures. There is a tilt towards Western classical text more than the source culture. Now, the analysis of the two texts from the source culture reveals the strengths of included translated text for Indian students with culturally diverse background. Inclusion of these translated texts provide a familiar cultural context to learners and yet make them aware of their own biases with respect to the cultures of other ethnic communities in India. So they have the potential to enhance intercultural competence as well as promote the sense of social justice in learners in line with the suggestions of policy documents. But mediation of these translated texts rests on the pedagogical orientation of the teachers. The text themselves may be reduced to any other text if the teachers do not explore the critical, multilingual and multicultural aspect of the text. Thus, teachers need to develop a critical, cultural and linguistic consciousness or an attitude of questioning and active intervention rather than acceptance of textbook materials in the classes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a very informative paper. And would you like to ask any question? So we can continue with the next presenter. Anybody, if you want to ask any question regarding the topic?
Yes, ma'am, there was just an
Any
observation.
participants?
Yeah, ma'am, there was just an observation. Ma'am Pooja, it was a very nice presentation. It was very relevant. Thanks for enlightening us.
Thank you.
Now
Thank you.
we
Okay,
can,
thank you so much. Yeah, nice it was. Yeah. And the next presenter is Mr. Prithviraj Singh Thakur. Is he present here? Mr.
Yes.
Prithviraj Singh?
Yes, I am ready with
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can
I
start.
think I should switch on my video. Yes. Shall I start my presentation immediately? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll share my screen first. Okay. Is it visible to you all?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. The topic of my presentation is Historian as a Translator, V.K. Rajwade's contribution to translation. My name is Prithviraj Thakur and I am an Associate Professor of English in GS College, Khamgaon. The outline of, I will first talk about what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you about a man called Vishwanath Kashinath Rajwade, who was a great historian and polymath in Maharashtra, and what his contribution to translation was, and what the significance of his contribution to translation is. So I'll tell you first in brief about V.K. Rajwade. I'll tell you about his work in the field of linguistics and translation. Although he is regarded as a master historian. He is popularly known as Itihasacharya in India, but he made a tremendous contribution to linguistics and translation also, which is primarily the concern of this presentation. So I'll then talk about his work as a translator, and his I'll talk in some detail about the significance and context of the selection of texts for translation. The text that he selected for translation had some special implications. So Rajwade, his full name was Vishwanath Kashinath Rajwade, and he is popularly known as Itihasacharya, the master historian. He was born on 24th of June, 1863, in a village called Varsai, which is now situated in Raigad district, erstwhile in Kulaba district. So he was educated in Pune, and he graduated from Deccan College in 1890. He is famous for finding, editing, publishing original documents related to Maratha history. He is often called as a historian who never wrote history. He himself never wrote history proper, but he found out, he roamed all over Maharashtra and Greater Maharashtra, and he found out original documents related to Maratha history, edited them, published them, transliterated them from Modi into the Devanagari script, and that is how the history of the Marathas could be written. Had it not been the work of Rajwade, we would rarely have had any book on Maratha history. He is also credited for finding and publishing a rare edition of Jnaneshwari, written by a saint poet Jnaneshwar Maharaj in 13th century. So he found out a very rare edition of Jnaneshwari, which is the text of which is really different, somewhat different from the standard Jnaneshwari, which is in publication right now. And he wrote many original essays on historical linguistics and etymology of Marathi language and linguistics also. He published an encyclopedia of etymology of Marathi names and verbs. And the thing that I want to talk about here is his work as a translator, where he translated many Western knowledge texts into Marathi. He ran a periodical called Bhashantar for publishing these translations. And this periodical was started in 1894. And arguably, it is the first periodical dedicated specially to the publication of translated texts, the translations of knowledge texts. I could find no other reference to any other periodical which was dedicated specially for the publication of translations. So Bhashantar unfortunately ceased publication in 1897. After 37 months of continuous publication, it ceased publication in 1897 due to financial troubles and also due to the very sad and infamous epidemic of plague in Pune in 1897. But in these 37 months, a lot of important works of Western scholarships were translated by Rajwade himself and published in this periodical. He was the only person who translated and published these texts. There was no other contributor. He was the founder, editor, and translator and publisher of all these translations. So he ran this Bhashantar magazine literally single-handedly. He published complete translation of 15 works of Western scholarships, including all the volumes of Plato's Republic. And he published Montesquieu's Spirit of Laws, the translation of Montesquieu's Spirit of Laws, and 15 other important works of Western scholarships. Because of the time constraint, I can't give the list of all the 15 translations, and I can't talk all about all of them. But these two main works of Western scholarships were translated and published by him, including 15 other important works of Western scholarships. And there were 7 works which were partly translated and published before the abrupt cessation of the publication of Bhashantar. And these 7 incomplete translations included Gibbon's Decline and Fall of Roman Empire. He had started translating Gibbon's Decline and Fall, but he could not publish it completely because of the epidemic of plague, which led to the cessation of the publication of Bhashantar magazine. So why did he choose to translate these particular texts, or why did he give so much importance to translation? Because these are the questions that I want to talk about primarily. He believed that the ability of the Marathi people, Indian people, and particularly the Marathi people to create great scholarly works in their own languages had been lost because of the prolonged, the long slavery and superstitious traditions. You know, it was a sort of dark age, and hence the Marathi or Indian scholars in general have lost the ability to create original works and great works of scholarship. So to give them, to stimulate their scholarship, to give them encouragement to create, to boost their scholarship, it was necessary to publish the best of Western knowledge texts into Marathi so that they can get an impetus to translate, to create their own scholarly literature. And he was against the otherworldly outlook, the too much spiritual outlook, which disregarded this material world and focused entirely on the other world. You know, for securing place in the heavens was the target, attaining moksha was the target, and people neglected this, the material world, which had led, according to him, which had led India into slavery and superstition and dark age. So he wanted to bring the Western scholarship, materialistic Western scholarship, into Marathi, so that the creative and critical spirits of Indian people, Marathi people, should get an impetus and they can create their own original works of scholarship into their own languages. So he wanted to encourage the creation of similar works in Indian languages so that people, Indian people, can get or regain their self-respect to fight the colonial domination. The significance of his work as a translator is that he helped bring important Western scholarly works into Marathi. He was the first one, arguably, to run a periodical specifically for publishing translation, dedicated entirely to translation. And he helped shed inhibitions about translation, because traditionally we have regarded translation as an activity of a second-rate scholarly activity. So he helped shed these inhibitions, and he encouraged scientific outlook, scientific temper, and political awareness among the Marathi-speaking people, which led to the Indian Renaissance in Bengal and later in Maharashtra also. And he, in this way, enriched Marathi language, literature, and Marathi canon in general. So this is all that I wanted to talk about. I just wanted to bring this topic into the area of discussion. So questions and comments are now welcome. I hope I have not overrun my time.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for such a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Any questions are welcome. Thank you, sir. We think we can move to next speaker.
Yeah,
And
I
next
just wanted to show the slide of my sources. These are my sources, and they are all in Marathi except one, A.R. Kulkarni's book, Maratha Historiography. And primarily because Rajwade's biography, all his biographies are available in Marathi, and there is no full-fledged English biography of B.K. Rajwade available. I am trying to write one. So if you want to read more about him, you can refer to these sources. These are my contact details. my website, ppthakur.com. So thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Sajjad, and thank you all the organizers.
Thanks a lot, sir. We
Thank you
can
so
now
much,
put
sir.
it. Yeah. Ma'am, we can have the next presentation now.
Yeah, Dr. Avni Vyas.
Yeah.
Dr. Avni Vyas, are you there?
Just let me just complete, remove the sharing.
Okay,
How
sir.
do I remove this screen
Yes,
sharing?
sir.
Stopping the screen sharing. Yeah.
Yeah, stop.
Stop sharing.
I don't see any button of stopping the sharing. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, sir. Dr. Avni Vyas, you can move on with your presentation now.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries and all the one and all present here. I'm Dr. Avni Vyas. Sir, ma'am, may I allowed to share my screen?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
Please let me know whether all of you can see my screen or not.
Yeah, it is visible, ma'am. You
Yes.
can start now.
Yes.
Okay. So today my topic is multiculturalism and diasporic identities in Khaled Hosseini's The Kite Runner, which is under the theme of multiculturalism. So moving forward, The Kite Runner was written by Khaled Hosseini in the year May 2003. It is primarily set in Afghanistan and later on in United States between 1960s and 2000. So the story is narrated by the protagonist Amir, just 4 days after the final events of his decades-long story. Here, the story reveals the life of Afghanistan under the Taliban rule and life in post-Taliban Afghanistan. The novel is a humanizing text that broadens the reader's understanding of the world in which they live. Here, Hosseini himself is a diasporic writer who left his homeland at the age of 11 after Russian invasion with his father, and he moved to United States of America. His sentiments are clearly reflected in this novel through the protagonist Amir, who is compelled to flee to America along with his father due to the dangerous situation in Kabul. If we talk about the writer, then Khaled Hosseini was born on March 4 in the year 1965 in Kabul, Afghanistan. He has a background rich in diasporic experience. Therefore, Hosseini's diasporic background is quite notable and is reflected explicitly in his writing. Now, the concept of multiculturalism and diasporic identities have gained significance in our intricately correlated world. These ideas capture the fluidity and modern life as people move about and interact and change across the national boundaries. Here, my attempt here I have attempted to explore the central ideas of multiculturalism in the context of class contradiction seen through the complex Pashtun and Hazara relationship between Amir and the sub-protagonist, I would say, Hassan, their friendship and how their friendship grows. The Kite Runner is a coming-of-age novel about finding one's place in the world of turmoil and transition. It explores the difficulties of a child's developing an adult relationship with his or her parents, especially when parents-child relationship is significantly strained. So here also, the relationship between Amir and his Baba, they have a very complex relationship that has been portrayed by the writer. Simultaneously, the novel also explores the ideas about human capacity for good and evil, the relationship between sin, forgiveness, and atonement. So that can be seen at the climax of our story. So if we talk about, first of all, the term diaspora, which came to refer to the movement of any group of people from their native place to different place. It is the change in position or place that forms the focus in a diaspora writing, as it gives the rise to the kind of longing and nostalgia. So that constant yearning for the homeland, for the native place has always been there in all the diaspora writers. Nevertheless, these people have not really abandoned their culture and ethnic values of their homeland and are in contact with both. So every time when we read any of the diaspora writers, that yearning, that belongingness is there. Here, the novel is a narrative focusing on personal struggles, cultural conflict, relationship, redemption, social strata, and the like, which culturally diversified ethnic society usually sustains, are well knitted in the novel. It is widely accepted that the diaspora writers have a bearing of double consciousness, two cultures, two worldviews, two languages, two mindset, and two different kinds of experiences. All the things that can be easily found in the Kite Runner. Now, the Kite Runner is it is a novel that falls into the category of multiculturalism. It deals with the experiences and situations with the characters within the diverse culture. Here, the novel portrays the protagonist Amir's emotions and his conflict with class divisions and the custom of America and Afghanistan. For the protagonist Amir, the Hazara boy Hassan is not only his childhood playmate, but also he is someone who serves a metaphor for the country, for loyalty, for the homeland, in fact, for Amir's existence as well. So later on, we come to know that when the protagonist Amir betrays Hassan, Rahim Khan, who is portrayed as one of the dear uncles of Amir, the friend of and business partner of Amir's father, that he could not become a good again if he serves Hassan's orphanage son Sohrab from the cruelties being inflicted upon him by the Taliban. So Amir's Pashtun and Hassan's Hazara identities have considerable impact on the relation between them, unfortunate complexity in the layered society of Afghanistan. Here, Amir's mirrors the contradictory diasporic dilemma when he feels unable to detach from the past of life in the present with ease. The tragedy of cultural conflict of the immigrant diaspora and foreign culture is a characteristic feature of multicultural society that has been beautifully woven in this novel. Now, if we look on the character of Amir, the protagonist of our novel, then he is a boy from Afghanistan who needs to find his way in the world as he realizes his own belief system is not that of his dominant culture. He is the narrator. He is also a narrator and a Pashtun boy, although not completely a sympathetic character. He is the one whom the most reader feel compassion. Amir after winning kite tournament, it was up to Hassan and to finish the game and run a kite for the Amir. While running the kite for Amir, Hassan is caught, and here now the actual tragedy happens with the another I would say protagonist Hassan, that he was raped by a brutal Asif, who was who was later on a joining of Taliban. So that tragedy changed the lives of Hassan and Amir and their relationship as well. Here, we can see the change in Amir's character as we see that the novel centers on his growth from a selfish child to a selfless adult. As he is described a boy who struggles to find his place in the world because of the after effects and fallout from the series of traumatic childhood events that the rape Hassan had to face. And adult Amir opens the novel by presenting the United States with a vague reference to one of these events. And then the novel flashes back to Amir's childhood in Afghanistan and all the petty stories that has been described in their daily lives. One of the biggest struggles for Amir is learning to navigate the complex socioeconomic culture he faces growing up in Afghanistan as a member of privileged class and yet not feeling like a privileged member of his own family. I think that was the thing that all the Afghanistan communities and all the people, all the citizens had to face, and probably they have been facing till the date. So eventually, because of the changing political climate, Amir and his father were forced to flee Afghanistan, and Amir views coming to America as an opportunity to leave his past behind. Now, if we focus on the character of Amir, Hassan, if Amir's character arc is about growth, then Hassan's character is not changing at all. He has described, he has
Sorry
been
to
described.
interrupt, but you need to move to a conclusion.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
sir. Surely, surely. Just give me a minute. So, Hassan has been described as one of the most loyal, forgiving, and good-natured friend and a person. Later on, he has been found as he and his wife were no more. And in the 1979, when Amir and his father were compelled to escape America, later on, Amir visits the country Afghanistan, Kabul, and by receiving one of the calls from his uncle that Amir Hassan's son Sohrab was again he had to face the same issue that he was brutally raped and was betrayed by their knowns. So it is revealed, and even one more revelation that Hassan had to face, that Hassan was Amir's half brother. And later on, Amir returns to Afghanistan. He faces difficulties due to the Taliban regime. Overcoming all the obstacles, he adopts Sohrab, and as an act of redemption for the failing of his loyal friend Hassan. So in the conclusion, I would say that the tragedy of cultural conflict, the immigrant diaspora, and the foreign culture is a characteristic feature of multicultural society that has been beautifully described in the novel. A key highlight of the novel represent the multiculturalism can be observed in the protagonist's experiences in California among the Afghans immigrant community as the area that has been known as Little Kabul, which describes that how this diasporic community had to face. So in the end, the diasporic sensibilities are scanned through the emotions of belonging, longing, pride, sense of loss, spirit to restart without the forgetting past. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for providing me the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And the next speaker is Dr. Jaideep Singh Rao. Are you present, sir? Dr. Jaideep Singh Rao.
Ma'am, you can move ahead if he is not present, so we can take some other.
Yes,
Next is
sir. Next is Dr. Jackson Fernandez, and I and myself. We both are going to present the paper together. But the thing is that just now I got the message from him that due to some technical glitches, he would not be able to present the paper. But it's okay. Myself, I will be presenting the paper. The paper we both are presenting together is, the title of the paper is Translation in Digital Age, a comprehensive research paper. As a result of innovations in technology and greater emphasis on global communication, the process of translation has been subjected to considerable changes in today's digital age. This research investigates the many elements of translation in modern period, shining light of its influence on language specialties, the quality of translation, and the availability of information has been translated. And in this paper, we have investigated the function that machine translation, tools for computer-assisted translation, and crowdsourcing play in the translation process. In addition, we also have investigated the moral and cultural questions that are raised by the current state of the digital world. Finally, it was focused the focus of the paper is
Ma'am,
on the dynamic nature.
Ma'am, just 1 minute. 1 minute, ma'am. Just sorry for interruption. Dr. Prithviraj Singh Thakur, please switch off your video.
Yes, sir.
there is Dr. Prithviraj Singh Thakur. He has continuously kept his video on and he's talking on phone, so it sort of hampers the communication.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah.
Now he has.
So
Okay,
may I
please
proceed?
go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, please.
Yeah. And finally, in addition, we also investigated the moral and cultural questions that are raised by the current state of the digital world. In conclusion, the focus of this paper is on the dynamic nature of translation and the consequences this has for both the professionals who work in the field and those who read the text that has been translated in the paper. The impact of the digital technology on translation practices. Digital technology has changed translation in recent years. The substantial influence of digital tools and platforms on translation methods is examined in this research paper. By considering the translation's pros and cons in the digital technology has transformed the translation, changing how we communicate and connect globally. This extensive assessment of translation in the digital age highlights key topics, challenges, and opportunities in this expanding field. Transformation aided by technology in the digital age has changed translation by introducing advanced technologies like machine translation, artificial intelligence, and neural networks. The above improvements have increased translation speed and efficiency, creating new opportunities and challenges, enhancing synergy with machine and human translation in the digital age. The link between automated system and human translators is important. This partnership addresses limitation, improves translation quality, and optimizes operations by using the capabilities of both approaches. Human translators provide cultural sensitivity, contextual understanding, and specialized expertise to machine translation to improve translation quality. Culture and context comprehension in human translators also excel at understanding cultural intricacies, colloquial expressions, and contextual components which automated systems may struggle with. The translator's cultural awareness ensures that the translation reach the target audience and are culturally suitable. Challenges for human translators faced in the digital age, including machine translation, the need to handle large volumes of material quickly, data security concerns, the guarantee of high quality translations, the need for ongoing learning, content localization, ethical issues, and economic constraints. So these challenges need agility, expertise, and ethical awareness. Future artificial intelligence advances and improvement in translation might improve much in future. Improved translation tools, real-time real-time collaboration platforms, domain-specific AI, continuous learning, and ethical forms will influence the environment. AI-driven neural machine translation may overcome language barriers in real-time interactions to improve multilingual communication and content production. Ethical and privacy issues are in this realm. Internet age has raised ethical and privacy concerns.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Dr. Sajjad, I believe she has unmuted her
No, she has lost her connection. She's not
connection.
there.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
she's
I also hear some technical glitches. Sorry for the interruption.
okay, ma'am.
For post editing machine translation has translation quality, speed up translation, and save cost. Multilingualism and language variety matters in linguistics. Digital technology and advances in artificial intelligence have made translation services more accessible, reducing language boundaries and promoting linguistic variation. Low resource languages are gaining popularity, and multilingualism improves global communication. So, finally,
We have lost ma'am again, sir.
translation in digital age, fine, done, sir. Represents a new age in international interaction and understanding via the synergy of technological and human skill. Technology will help overcome linguistic and cultural barriers, improve communication, and foster global connection and inclusion. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, ma'am, for such a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Ma'am,
Yeah.
yeah, ma'am.
So
I have
here,
to thank you.
even I was facing the technical glitch. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
So we have
our
next speaker as
next
Nusrat John.
presenter is Nusrat
Nusrat
Jain.
John.
Nusrat Jan. Yeah. Nusrat ma'am, are you present?
I
Nusrat
believe
ma'am.
she's not there, ma'am. Let's move to next participant, ma'am.
Yeah. Let's move further. Yeah. Next is Hassan sir and Mohammed. Both of them are present.
Okay,
Nusrat ma'am present.
Yes,
Nusrat
yes,
present.
ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am, I am present.
Okay, then you
Okay.
can continue with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nusrat Jan. I am research scholar, Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir. Is my screen visible to everyone? Hello, sir.
Not yet, ma'am. Not yet.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, can I continue without showing my screen?
Yes, Nusrat,
Yeah,
you
sure.
can.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. So the title of my topic is Linguistic Rights of Tribal People, a case study of Pahari language from District Shopian. Title is little bit different from the theme, but there are many things that are very much related. Tribal people are found in almost every country of the world or in every state of the country. Even when their number is not dangerously decreasing, their culture and their indigenous knowledge are. The causes and consequences of such decline depend upon various factors like social, economic, political, government policies, national, international. It also depends upon the role of government for the protection of these least developed sections of our society. There have been many factors, specific and general, that has caused great impact and turbulence to the tribal communities of different countries, including that of Pahari. Some of the factors are exploitation, no education, and drainage of wealth. I am talking about Pahari language. Pahari language will be analyzed. Language classification of Pahari language. The Pahari language belongs to the family of Indo-Aryan languages, that is a sub-branch of Indo-European languages. Grayson 1917 claims the Pahari language falls into three main groups. In the extreme east, there is Khashkura or Eastern Pahari called Nepali, the Aryan language spoken in Nepal. Next, in Kumaon and Grahwal, we have the Central Pahari language, Kumaoni and Grahwali. Finally, in the west, we have the West Pahari spoken in Jaunsar, Bawar, the Simla Hill, Kulu, Mandi, and Soket, Chamba, and Western Kashmir. Now I am talking about the linguistic right. Linguistic rights in India. The concept of linguistic rights is an important title to discuss and debate. The tribals find themselves spoken, probed, and scrutinized in India. Linguistic rights and the challenges that these linguistic minority languages face are of much concern. This is very unjustified that these minority languages or these tribal languages, they are not provided with the linguistic right they deserve. And when they are not provided with the linguistic right, this hampers the development, the social or cultural development of these languages. Linguistic rights and NEP 2020. According to NEP 2020, wherever possible, the medium of instruction until at least grade 5, preferably till grade 8 and beyond, will be the home language, mother language, local language, or regional language. But minority languages are being suppressed by dominant languages. An initiative was taken, Ek Bharat, Shretha Bharat. In this activity, students will learn about the remarkably unity of most of the Indian languages, most of the minority languages. Objective. Whether Pahari tribal language is used in education, in administration or not. The objective was achieved by using questionnaire. The data was collected from Pahari native speakers of district Shopian. The questionnaire-based study will find the usage of Pahari language in education and in administration or in other domains to confirm whether Pahari speakers get their linguistic rights or not. Now we'll come to the analysis part. 50 participants, the data was collected from the primary 50 participants. There were males, females, educated, uneducated. Home. Pahari speakers prefer to use Pahari language at home with their parents, their spouses, their children, their relatives. They feel proud and easy to communicate with their family in their mother tongue. In education, there were two different things. Like primary schools, there were teachers available who were teaching the students in their mother tongue, in the primary, in their Pahari language. But in middle schools and high schools, the majority of the teachers were from the, they were natives of the Kashmiri language, and they were shifting from this Kashmiri language. They were switching their language from Kashmiri to this Urdu. Administration. Paharis don't use their mother tongue in administration. They use only the dominant language. The officers there, they use only the dominant language. The officers there, they were employees, whatever the officers or the employees, they were the natives of some other place. So they were not speaking the Pahari language, and the locals, they have to switch their language from Pahari to Urdu or English or some other language. Market. Pahari speakers use both languages, Pahari and Urdu, at their marketplace. According to the participants, Pahari language is not given any importance at the international level, but at the national and regional or local level, there were some provisions for these tribal languages. Now about conclusion. It has been analyzed that Pahari language is used only in home with your family. and is limited to some primary schools. But in high schools, middle schools, and other places, they were using only Urdu language. No doubt, huge laws were formulated, language policies were revised, safeguards were provided. However, linguistic rights of tribal people are still being ignored. In few schools, teachers who were teaching science, they were native speakers of Kashmiri language. So it was very difficult for them to translate many terms, many sentences to the students who are native speakers of Pahari language. Pahari should be taught as a subject. It should be used as a medium of instruction. It should be used in administration, media, literature, and there should be maximum teachers available who would be native speakers of these Pahari language. As the National Education Policy 2020 has focused on the usage of mother tongue in education and its use as a medium of instruction in order to safeguard and valorize the tribal languages. In the same way, technology can also play a very significant role in valorization of tribal languages. So there are many languages which don't have any script, which are not officially recognized, which are not used in other domains, like they are used only in one domain. So how it's very difficult for us to translate the literature of that very particular language, to translate that language into some other languages. So it's very complex process. They don't even have a script. If they don't have a script, so how is this possible that we can translate that language to some other language? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Nusrat. If we have any
Nusrat ma'am,
questions.
you are done?
Yes, ma'am, I am
done.
done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That was very informative. And next presenter for the today's first technical session is Ehsan sir and Mohammed sir. Who is going to present the paper? Ehsan sir and Mohammed sir. Mohammed sir, are you present? Or Ehsan sir?
Ma'am, let's move to next.
Vani sir, please
Yeah,
check
I'm-
if any of the
I'm
presenter
just
is
checking.
present. Ehsan sir or Mohammed sir?
I believe they are not there, ma'am. Let's move to next speaker. Maybe they will join.
Okay. Then we go to the next presenter, Dr. Kishan Pawar sir. Dr. Kishan Pawar sir.
Yeah, I will be presenting. The paper is Dr. Kishan Pawar and I, Srinath Shankar. We both are. He's the author, I'm the co-author.
Oh, okay. Okay, fine. Yeah. Srinath Shankar sir. Yeah, fine.
Yes. I'm sure my screen is visible to everyone.
Yeah, it is visible. It is visible.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege to present my paper in front of all of you, my idea. So since the last 2000 years, the poem of Sri Rama has remained alive, not just in India, but all over the world. And it continues to live in all the stratas, the classes, among the prince, among the paupers, the landlords, the artisans. It's been going on since forever. And this is what I'd like to highlight in today's conference, the Ramayan's metamorphosis. How the Ramayana has transcended across continents, across countries, and how it is relevant even today. All right, so the Ramayana has transcended through geographical and cultural confines to emerge as a revered global literary gem. My essay, our essay, will probe into the phenomenon of this transcultural adaptation within the context of the Ramayana by spotlighting the manner in which this epic.
Yes, sir. So your slides are not changing. Please keep it on.
Just one second. Is it happening now?
Yeah, we have the first slide.
The second slide now, the introductory slide.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. So how it has been reinterpreted and reimagined across an array of cultures, regions, even religions, if I can use that word. Because I have had the opportunity to work with Prem Sagar, the son of the erstwhile Ramanand Sagar, who created Ramayana. And I remember him telling me with great enthusiasm and passion how, India used to just pause when the Ramayana used to come on screen every Sunday. It's the same with Mahabharata, but we'll be looking at only the Ramayana. So throughout history and across cultures, the epic tale of Ramayana has transcended. And there are various itineraries of Ramayana, types of Ramayana, which showcase the enduring appeal and adaptability of this timeless narrative. And the objectives of my research are quite simple. I've kept the objectives quite simple to analyze how the Ramayana transfers its borders and has today become a global literary treasure. The second one is to introduce and delve into the concept of adaptation, transcultural adaptation, within the context of Ramayana, focusing on its evolution across diverse regions and societies. The third one being to discuss how the fundamental themes of virtue, virtue, dharma, love, and heroism within the Ramayana have dynamically transformed its retellings. And the last one, to examine the intricate play between tradition and adaptation and how it impacts the preservation of Ramayana. No odd man out. Every single person has their own favorite version of Ramayana. I've grown up listening to my grandmother, my mother, telling me their adaptation of Kambar. We call him Kambar Ramayanam, the Tamil Ramayanam. So there are different variations. There are different versions and adaptations. In India itself, we have Tulsidasa's version, we have Valmiki's version, which is considered to be the first one or the purest form of Ramayana. And then we also have the Kakuvin Ramayana and Ramavtaram by Kambar and the Ramkian, the glory of Rama from Thailand. The Ramayan's universal themes have allowed it to resonate with different cultures. In fact, the last time I visited Thailand, in their main temple, I actually saw a beautiful painting, a rendition of Ramayana, which caught me off guard. That is when I realized that Ramayana is not just an Indian thing. It is pan-world, it is pan-continental. What we'll be looking at in the next one is the transcultural adaptation, the concept of transcultural adaptation with respect to only Ramayana. So modern reinterpretations in literature, we'll be looking at Tripati's Ramchandra series. Theater and film. Theater will be the Ram plays that happen in the north, and films continue how to evolve the epic's themes. Transcultural adaptation by fostering intercultural dialogue and enriching the global cultural tapestry. We will be looking at how themes have changed in all the Ramayanas. We'll be looking at dharma. The traditional interpretation is, it's often portrayed as unwavering adherence to one's duty, how Rama is Rama's duty. And we'll be looking at the transformation. The concept of the theme of love between Rama and Sita. The moment we think of Ramayana, it's always Rama and Sita, the concept of love. But I also want to look at the concept of love between Ravan, Surpanakha, the Ramayana of how people in Sri Lanka think of Ramayana, what they think of. And in conclusion, I would like to say it exemplifies the resilience of cultural narratives and highlights the enduring power of storytelling on a global scale. Thank you.
Show mode. Thank you so much, sir. Our next presenter is Renuka Panchal ma'am. Is she present here? Renuka Panchal ma'am.
Yes, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, audible.
Okay, I'm starting my presentation.
It's 12 o'clock.
So thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my paper in this conference. So I'm directly starting with my title, that Karnabharam by Mahakavi Bhasa is a one-act play. So Karnabharam by Mahakavi Bhasa, a comparison of Hindi and Marathi translation in the light of psychology. Okay. So Karnabharam is a one-act play written by Mahakavi Bhasa, and he wrote 13 plays in Sanskrit. So this is a tragedy basically, and it dwells into the internal turmoil and the complex emotional journey of Karna in Mahabharata. So Bhasa is skillfully captures the multifaceted emotions swirling within the Karna's mind, and also his thoughts, feelings, and actions. Also, it focuses on the life regrets, societal regression, and diverse sentimental emotions in his tragic play. So here, basically, the translation, the main purpose of translation is to convey meaning from the source language to target language. So the original Karnabharam is authored by Bhasa, as I said earlier, and in this paper, I have took two target language, that is Hindi translation and Marathi translation. And I will do the comparative analysis of both the translation along with their approaches. So Hindi translation is by Dr. Baldev Upadhyay, and it is literal translation. So this translation focused on the approach of literal translation, and the second translation is crafted by Ram Shevalkar in Marathi, and it follows more liberal interpretation, and it is free translation. However, this study is trying to make a comparison between linguistical and psychological approach, as well as how the psychological emotions and state of mind in the Karna is reflected accurately in both the languages or in both the translation. So as I said earlier, the main aim of translation is to convey meaning, and by keeping in mind the cultural and psychological background and the relevance and socio-cultural aspect of the character also. So as discussed earlier, Baldev Upadhyay has done literal translation of Karnabharam in Hindi. The structure of this translation is based on original Sanskrit dialogues and verses, and it is followed by corresponding its Hindi meaning. In this translation, Baldev Upadhyay tried to maintain semantic and linguistic balance in order to convey cognitive and emotional state of Karna. In the initial part of drama, Karna tries to uncover his feelings in the feelings to the king Shalya, means Shalya Raja. The dialogue that deeply layers, having deep layers of melancholy and sadness are reflected. So here, for the conveyance, conveying these emotions, Abhuta Purva Rudaya Paritapaha. So Baldev Upadhyay translated in Hindi as Abhuta Purva Manasika Santapa. Along with deep sadness and bereavement, lack of confidence, and feeling of insecurities, and helplessness is in the mind of Karna. So for Sa Shoka Upaiti, this is a Sanskrit word, Sa Shoka Upaiti, he translates Shok se paritapta ho rahe hai. So Sanskrit language is considered, as we know, it's the mother of all Indian languages. So these words are, there are some words which are taken from Sanskrit language as it is. So these words are called Tatsama word. Tatsama is etymologically means as same as that. And on the other hand, there are few words which are taken from the Sanskrit language but modified in their structure in a later, at the later era. So these words are called as Tat Bhava, means state, Tat means that, and state of being existence. So the importance of both of these words should be taken into account by the translator during the translation. The choice of word plays a very vital and important role in the translation, especially when it is when there is a different emotion and personal expression are meant to be portrayed. So Baldev Upadhyay has used both the types of words, means Tatsama words and Tadbhava words, in order to depict psychological state of Karna in Bhasa's Karnabharam. For example, the Tatsama words are following, like Shoka. Shoka means English meaning is bereavement. Santapa means distress. Pariksha means the situation of exam. Vishada means sorrow. Then Nishphalata, ineffectivity. And Loka means the word. So these words he chose as it is from Sanskrit to Hindi translation. And there are some Tadbhava words he selected. Vaidhurya means Vidhurata. Vidhurata he translated in Hindi. So Vidhurata means timidity. And Nirvirya. Nirvirya he translated as Nishaktaha, means incapable. Okay. Thus, Hindi translation depicts various shades of Karna's feeling, subtly captured in original Sanskrit drama in the same way that is in the target population is Hindi. Now, on the other hand, we will focus on Marathi translation. So, Marathi translation of Karnabhar is done by Ram Shevalkar, and it is not a literal translation. This translation is free and flexible in nature, and it uncovers and underlying with the two approaches. First approach is pragmatic approach, and second approach is hermeneutic approach. So pragmatic translation involves rendering content of the practical and effective manner, focusing on conveying intended meaning rather than literal word-to-word meaning. It aims to ensure the clarity and relevance of target audience. So in Marathi translation, the original Sanskrit Karnabharam is given a free and liberal expression of it without the literal translation, as I said earlier. Hence, at the practical level, more emphasis is placed on Karna's mentality and emotional turmoils like melancholy, guilt, distress, helplessness, feeling of insecurity, passive energy, lack of enthusiasm, lack of confidence, deep-rooted anxiety, etc. And hermeneutic translation goes beyond the literal interpretation, emphasizing on the deeper understanding of the cultural and contextual aspect of the source text. So it seeks to capture the nuances of the person and what is intended to say. So in hermeneutic approach, the skill of interpretation of the translation is very important. So in the case of Karna, it is important to translate considering his family background, social background, negligence by biological mother in childhood, that is Kunti, and socio-political structure of society where his personality is raised. And in the background of all these aspects, the successful attempt has been made by Marathi translation and the portray of personality of Karna and his emotional and mental state. So in the synthesis, we try to get the conclusion here. In the synthesis, both the translations are able to accurately depict Karna's feelings, thoughts, action, and mental transactions. Although the roles and approaches of these two translations are different, both the translations are good for psychological understanding of the inner and innate mental state of Karna in the Karnabharam by Mahakavi Bhasa. Thank you.
Thank you. That was wonderful. Very nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Now I call upon our last presenter, Dr. Jayanti Goel, ma'am. Dr. Jayanti, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Just I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah, ma'am. Sure.
Ma'am, 2 minutes actually. मैं दौड़ के आई हूँ actually meeting में से. बस 1 मिनट मैं PPT खोली.
What happened? Any problem, ma'am?
No, ma'am, no problem. Actually, I'm opening my PPT.
Okay, okay. share the screen.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Not yet, ma'am. Not yet. Meanwhile, Vani sir, please check Ehsan or Mohammed sir, they are presenting the paper. So we can give them a last call after this paper.
Okay, ma'am. Yes.
Vani sir,
Yeah, ma'am.
Sajad Vani sir. Yes, sir. Please check either Ehsan sir or Mohammed sir, they are presenting the paper.
Try to contact
So we
them. They
can
are
give
not in the meeting.
them a last call after this paper.
Yeah, ma'am. I got it. They are not in the meeting. I'll just try to call them.
Ma'am, I can present my paper, but ये आपको show क्यों नहीं हो रहा?
Ma'am, share screen कीजिए ना. Share screen.
Ma'am, actually I'm on the mobile and share screen को
अच्छा.
मैंने बटन दबाया हुआ है.
Okay, okay.
Laptop से on.
Yeah, ma'am, you can present. Yeah, you can present without presentation also, no problem.
Presentation में से मैंने अच्छा बनाया था. चलिए मैं ऐसे ही कर देती हूँ. I think ये शायद कुछ प्रॉब्लम है इसमें. So मैम अब आ रहा है क्या?
Recording in progress. Ma'am, no, it is not visible. Not visible.
नहीं मैम मैंने लैपटॉप को दिखा दिया. लैपटॉप से ऑन कर दिया.
Now it is visible. Now it is visible.
Okay, thank you.
On slideshow mode.
Is this visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, fine, fine.
Okay. So good afternoon, all the dignitaries present on the dais and my fellow audience. I'm presenting the paper Translating Boundaries, Translation, Literature and Education. So my topic is the future of digital translation trends and predictions. Please tell me, ma'am, whenever a slide is stuck. So this is the abstract of my paper. Digital translation basically driven by advancement in artificial intelligence and increasing global connectivity and the transformative evaluation. So there is so much of digital transmission activities are there. So through an in-depth analysis of current development and expert insight, this paper provides a comprehensive review of that what the future holds for that digital translation. So this research paper seeks to answer key questions about the future of digital translation. What will be the next generation of AI-powered translation system look like, and how will they impact our daily lives? How will businesses from multinational companies to startups leverage digital translation to expand their reach and tap into global markets? So as we peer into the future of digital translation, we discover a landscape where language is no longer a barrier, but provide a bridge where AI and human expertise collaborate to break down linguistic boundaries and where cultural diversities are celebrated. So this research paper provides valuable insight into this unfolding narrative, shedding light, etc. So this is the introduction. This aspect of basically digital translation consider various importance like global business revolution. In today's business landscape, there is so many businesses are there which are running internationally. There are cultural exchanges and understandings are there. Accessibility and inclusion is there. And there are so many collaborations are there. Global collaboration knows no borders in an interconnected world. So digital translation foster collaboration among individuals, institutions, and organizations worldwide. There are various personal and professional growth also, because learning and working globally are increasingly common in digital translation tools, which empower language learners and professionals to access resources and opportunities in multiple languages. So these are the basic objectives of my research papers, to provide a comprehensive exploration of the future of digital translation, basically examine the importance of digital translation in an interconnected world, provide an overview of the current landscape of digital translation, including the state of AI-driven translation technologies, analyze the data, expert insight into forecast the evolution of digital translation, as well as present prediction for the future of digital translation, focusing on how technology will shape global communication and collaboration and understanding. So why this research is significant? Basically, this research paper extends beyond the academic realm. It carries profound implication for business seeking to tap into multinational market, for educators navigating the global classroom, for healthcare providers. So as we embark on this journey into the future of digital translation, we translate languages and where technology and humanity harmonize to foster global economy. So to comprehensively explore the future of digital translation, this research paper employs a multidisciplinary approach that combines literature review, expert insight, and data analysis. Thorough literature reviews have been done. The role of AI in digital translation are fundamentally reshaping the landscape of digital translation. This section explores how AI, with its transformating capabilities, revolutionizing the way. Today, machine learning and neural machine translations are there, who are present a breakthrough in translation technology, by providing the neural network to understand and translate the language with a level of fluency and accuracy that was one thought to. Second is context-aware translation is there. AI-driven translation systems are increasingly becoming context-aware. They analyze the context and sentence or document and taking into account to change the translation into contextually accurate. There is real-time translation solutions are there. So many speech recognition apps are there, devices are there, multilingual chatbots are there. In fact, for the customer support, they are providing the continuous learning and improvement also, and it feels like inclusivity and accessibility for this AI role in digital translation to pivotal propelling in the field into the frontiers of accuracy, speed, and accessibility. So as AI continues to evolve, we can anticipate even more sophisticated and aware translation solutions that will transform the way we communicate in our increasingly interconnected world. So for the data analysis, there are so many quantitative and qualitative data analysis are there. So we collect the data and on the basis of the data, we certainly calculate this thing. So market growth in the language service segment are since 2012 to 2026. Actually, that is prediction. This is 2023 is going on. So market value in billion, like in 2012, is a $30 million. While in 2258, and we are expecting in 2026 is $78 million. So annual growth we can see lasting 10 years from 2012 to 2022 is 12%, that is 4%. But within the 4 years from 2022 to 2026, it may be increased by 6%. So that is the adoption rate of AI-driven translation tools in businesses. Like this is the adoption rate, how the customer are using these translation apps, translation devices. That is a comparison since 2017 to 2021. There are different type of most frequently translated languages are available. Normally, people in which language want to translate the data mostly. So number one is English language. Frequency of translation rate is 45% in the global population. Second number is Chinese, and then Spanish, Arabic, and French languages are there. There are the certain translating apps are there, and user satisfaction rating on the scale of 1 to 5. Like Google Translator is there, whose rating is 4.3, and 1 billion plus downloads are there. Translate Language Translator 10 million plus, Translate All Languages 10 million plus, 1 billion plus. Microsoft Translator is 50 million plus downloads are there, and 4.5 rating is there. So all these big companies, multinational companies are working on that to provide to provide a good idea for the translation services and the apps. This is the integration of translation services in the e-commerce platform also. You can see whenever we purchase any item, they are providing the translation services also on the e-commerce platform, whether we want to translate from Hindi to English or English to Spanish or Chinese, whatever languages are there. So percentage of e-commerce platform with translation services are in 2018, this is 60%. Now 21, this is 82% increase is there. But for that increase, the data is so much of high and very impressive. But there must be some, since AI-driven translations tools are present in the spectrum, but there must be some ethical consideration also to understand, because as these tools are rely on cloud-based services, user data transmitted and processed on remote servers, raising valid concern about data security and privacy breaches are there. So AI translation models have been found to be produced data security also. So also data breaching should not be there. Data should be secure, where all languages can bridge a gap between this translation technology. And we can with the help of AI, we can collaborate with the machine level collaboration. So our analysis reveals a perspective on the role of AI in translation rather than replacing human translators. The purpose of AI is not replacement of human being, but it is a replacement of human translators is not. Rather, it is providing the human translators a very good idea, very good opportunity, and very good content is like that. So AI is positioned to become an invaluable add to the human society. This is the prediction for the future. Basically, AI-driven translation tools will adapt not only to user preferences, but also to individual writing styles, communication pattern. So this, the future of digital translation promises a world where communication knows no linguistic barriers are there, and deeply conceptual, and where technology enhance our ability to understand, appreciate, connect with the diverse technology. So in this scenario, the future is one which is harmonious collaboration with human interaction as well as AI, and it provides ensuring the privacy and mitigating biases and preventing cultural richness are non-negotiable principle in the development and deployment or digital translation. So we can say that the future of digital translation paints a portrait of a world where language is no longer a barrier, but a bridge, and it is a world where people from diverse linguistic backgrounds can collaborate seamlessly, understand to one another. And as we move forward into this future, it is imperative that we embrace these trends and acknowledge the transformative potential of digital translation. So these are some references, and thank you so much, Anita ma'am, for providing me this opportunity to present my paper. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Let's stop sharing my screen.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, ma'am. Hassan is not there. I tried to contact them, but they are not there, ma'am. Ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Ehsan sir
No,
or
they are
Mohammed,
not. They are
they
not
going to
available.
present the
They are not
paper?
available. I just tried to confirm.
Yeah. Okay, fine. So, participants, if you have any questions, you can, the forum is open for the question answer session. Platform is open, so you can ask the questions.
Yeah. Any observations? Any comments?
Yes, sir. Yeah, fine. You can share, sir.
Yeah.
Dr. Sajjad,
Observations.
just my one simple observation. I was listening keenly to the papers, and I believe very good papers were there. So I congratulate the paper readers for their presentations, and as well as to the chairperson and co-chair of the session for moderating the session very nicely. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot.
So, thank you so much. Sajid sir, give the concluding remarks.
Ma'am, to conclude, it was a very informative session. We have diverse papers, and a total of 9 papers were presented. They were very informative, touching the classical literature and then machine translation and modern aspects. And you carried the session very nicely. I have to speak the least. It was very informative, and thanks a lot, ma'am. Thanks to the audience. Thanks to
Thank you so
everyone. Thanks to the paper presenters.
Congratulations once again to all the presenters for your very informative and innovative paper presentations. which touch almost all the areas of translation, literature, education, and NEP 2020 as well, and has crossed all the boundaries of nationally and internationally. All the papers were from various parts of India, and I am sure that all the paper presented are going to be very useful to all one and all. Translation, we can say that it is the need of an hour, and NEP 2020 also has given much importance to it to reach out to the from micro level to from macro level to micro level. So all the papers were very informative, very innovative. Once again, thanks to all the paper presenters, and only one information for the for joining for tomorrow. So session will start by 9:30, and all the presenters who are going to present the paper tomorrow, please join by 9:20 so that we can start the session by 9:30. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all the organizers, as well as all the presenters for innovative and informative paper presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Ma'am,
ma'am.
just one minute for all the participants who are in the session continuously keenly listening rather. I thank them also on behalf of the organizers, and I hope and I request them that they should join tomorrow also. We had a lively session, and I hope that tomorrow again we will be having very good sessions. I would hope for their participation tomorrow also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Anita ma'am. Thank you, Gap.
Thank you. Most welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.